Nobody ever goes to my YouTube streams anyways. All right, UI, we're gonna add time. Time. There's never time at all. Okay. You can eat my balls and tacos. Time. I disabled music on my YouTube. But yeah. Yeah, same here. Incredible. Did somebody say balls? Balls, you say? May the balls be with you. Oh my god, Incredible has 1,000,000 balls. Print money. All right, we're gonna start out at 5 minutes. It's 300 seconds, right? Does anyone know? I guess we can do 60 times 5. I just got 2. I know a guy who lost one climbing a chain link fence. It had the tops were like the twist. They were twisted tops. So some chain links they all have the, yeah, it sliced it open and he lost one. I don't know why he felt the need to tell us about that, but he did. Probably still enough. Yeah, I think so. You got a vasectomy? I should probably do that. Best decision of 2023? Actually, if we use timer, we don't need time. And it says timer's not static. It's so stupid that I have to do it this way. It's a read-only property. Can we add time? I guess we just start again with the time that we've added to it. So if we say start timer, start timer, time left. Plus value. We got our chips from Lay's. TSMC has like a monopoly on making super chips. What are you guys going on about? All right, add time, timer. So we start the timer again. Timer. And we might as well, so on our process step, do we have one in here? We do. So then we say timer label text equals timer time left string. Timer node. Didn't we create a label though? Time label. Get ready for the ride of your life. We should definitely have a timer label, timer node. Start time. All right, let's see if we have time going. We do. Okay, so there goes our time. We need to properly format it. Now if we go through this, it should add time. I think it's like 10 seconds. Yes, it did. And now if we go back through it, we'll get more time again. So we need to fix that as well. Should we get rid of the gate when you go through it? We could sync it. We'll turn off collisions on the entire thing, and then we could sync it. Of course, if you're like in the middle of it and it's syncing, that might be a little weird. I guess once you're away from it, if you're not in the area of it, it could sync away. Just get rid of the collision. I feel like they should go away though, so that you know that you've... Although, if we leave them there and we have a big timer icon... What's that video game icon website that Devereaux had shown me years ago? We need a time icon. Time. It's a stopwatch. I like this, but... Wow, how could you get... I just want the, like, I want the inside of a watch with the ticks and the hands. That's what I would imagine to show as an icon, and the circle around it. So I guess this, let's search timer. Backward time. Is there forward time? This is probably the best one. And then we put a number on it. And if we get rid of the center part of it, we could create our own progress bar and indicate. Flip it and it's forward. A watch with ticks? That's nasty. I think this is probably the best one to put a number on in front of it. How you doing, JD, man? I hope you're doing good. How's are you back on like a full-time stream schedule, or is it just when you get a chance? Be back to normal next week after I get back. Nice. Last week was a band week. That was cool seeing that, seeing you do all those Beach Boys songs. Was it all Beach Boy, or was it just Beach Boys, or was it just the God, what is it? It's that one with the crazy melody I was talking about. Bunch of Beach Boys. Did a lot of other songs as well. Nice. I've heard Star Wars in band, in like band, like, what would you call it? Orchestra? Band something? But the Star Wars music, and it actually is really cool without strings. Featured on the Facebook when I was subbing for the first time. It was fun. That's awesome. So I'm wondering, why are we offset? Who the fuck decided this was a good idea with this this artwork to do this? What asshole? Who is the asshole that decided to do it this way? Let me open this up in I'm gonna go grab something to drink while we wait for Critter to open for 10 hours. I'll be right back. I'll roll an ad so we get about an hour and 30 minutes of no commercials coming up. Oh, by the way, I'm probably going to start slamming a bunch of ads so that, because it's going to be a big long stream today. Right. Back. Alright, something other than City Pop. Let's do it. I'm gonna lower the volume of the music, by the way. Hope that's cool. Bring it down for you boys. Bring it down. Gorley. I'm gonna be right back. I'm also gonna take a quick walk to the park to watch some bees. Excellent. That's a box elder tree. It's a cool tree, but it brings with it something called a box elder bug. They have a symbiotic relationship, and the bugs do not. The bugs sort of take over because they are bitter, and so the birds will not eat them. Which is a little bit of a bummer. How do we select an area of a thing and then crop down to the smaller points, do you think, guys? Who the hell made this and thought that having it be offset like this was the proper thing to do? Let's try downloading the original SVG and see if this looks any different. Oh my god, this is how it is. What? Classic country. Who made this? This is embarrassing! Alright, we'll eyeball it. Here's what we'll do. We'll just center it here. What trash! Alright, we'll just do that. Image crop to content. Stop hurting yourself. Stop! He's already dead. Image crop to content. Image. Image crop to content. I don't see that. Image size. Trim image. No. Trim to current layer. Well, that kind of did something. And to be clear, I'm not trying to hurt myself. I'm trying to fix the damn problem. Ah! That's exactly what I want to do. How about I just, here's what I'll do. Copy, file, new, paste. What the fuck? Bro, it knows the bounding area. It's showing me the goddamn bounding area. Select all, then image trim to selection. Like this? Like with a marquee? Marquee! No. Okay. So how do we take this move outline and make this our selection? Select all. Select all. Trim to selection. Nope, that doesn't work. Damn it. Do you have GIMP? Oh, don't you speak that word in this house. Get out, son! I don't ever want to see you here! Separate image? It's right here! I just want this! Wait, hang on, it tells me the size. Hang on. Is that the size of the... No. Can it tell me the size of the thing I've selected? Hang on. Where do we see the size of our selection area? Because we could do it that way. Damn it! Oh, it's right here. Height, width. Okay, what if I go like this? Height, width? No! Christ, it can't always be this hard! Yeah, I'll link to the SVG. Sure. Here you go. I'm not trying to make this hard, I swear. I'm not trying to. What if we do this? If we do this, if we select it with our marquee, trim to selection. Dar! Mon Dieu. What if we do this? Oh! Marquee. Here we go. Wait. I think we might have something. Oh, we got something. Oh my God, we did it. Good God. Okay. The org is centered. You're the problem. And the link PNG is centered. Dude, I don't know what to tell you. When I downloaded it and put it into Godot, it was all... And then I did the SVG and the same thing happened. And now we've got this stupid crap over here. I think we need to give it some... a little bit of a margin. No, we don't want to stretch. Resize canvas. There we go. Okay. Hey, Cal. Inkscape shows it centered. Probably there's something in the path that's making it go wonky. Yeah. I don't know, but we got it. I appreciate you guys looking out for me. So we could do something like this. Is that too much? No, we got to juice this up. This is a jam game. This is how you win jam games, is you juice. You know what I really wish that Godot Animation Player would allow you to sync multiple tweening elements of your animation to many things with a single animation player instead of like having to do it any other way. I guess what I could do is I could tween the rotation myself. Remember to juice every crevice. Yeah, I'm gonna do it myself. We'll just constantly be rotating the thing. But I wish that if you're making like a complex animation in Godot that it could be applied to many endpoints, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it, but the way that they've structured Animation Player is not how I would have done it. For sure. So we're gonna take the Sprite 3D. This is something that JD suggested to me that I really like, which is to oh, it's because we have. I'm also not a fan of the scene structure stuff in Godot. This is a good trick, is to use an export and then assert. So you create it so that you drag each of the elements you want into the exports and you assert their existence on the ready. And then from then on, you know, if you're accessing these, that they're like valid, instead of trying to grab from the scene tree in here and then doing a bunch of tests and stuff like that. Make a new, better Godot. Let's do it. So can you not do assignment? To access, it's not assignment. And that's already degrees. Okay, and then we'll have a floating label. He lost to an off-centered SVG. That's why you couldn't resize the layer. Do you have a clean version we're gonna lose? All right. Is it really that hard to put a label in 3D space? Do I seriously have to create a viewport? There's no like 3D text. There's no fucking way. I need another sprite 3D. I think there's an add-on. Okay. Yeah. Sub viewport. So there's a million ways to do this, and the best way would be to have a single viewport with a number, and not. This is the problem with the scene structure stuff in Godot, is if you're not really thinking about it, you can explode the overhead of your project. I usually explode from thinking about it too much. All I have to do is just run it in on my potato, and I instantly go, okay, this is wrong. And this sub viewport. The node tree, if you're not careful. Right, that's ultimately what happens in a jam game. That's exactly what's happening with my project right now. And we're gonna billboard this so it's always facing front. Or if we do Y billboard, that might be okay. And then it should it be the same on both sides? Yeah. So Y billboard is good. We could also just straight up billboard. No, Y billboard is the way. Yeah, okay. And Yeah. All right. Is it on Discord? Why Billboard? Because Calamity, how you doing? It's coming along, Calamity. It's coming along. We're designing a stage based around a lake in California called Lake Nacimiento, and we're working on these gates that we go through to get more time. So we have that connected and going, and now we just got to set up a lot of the logic to handle like, oh, you've gone through the gate. Okay, all this stuff needs to happen where this little time symbol thing goes away and a bunch of other shit happens. What color? Guys, can we think of a game that, I mean, I guess gold? Like a gold color, maybe? I don't know.
What?
Cricket green? That looks alright. Now, there's a way to get this to always draw on top, right? Is that a shader thing? I think that's a shader thing that we could do. I mean, I guess we could put the texture inside here and then the whole thing rotates. Let's just do that. Since we have a sub viewport, this is already costing us. It's costing us bigly. Z-index relative to parent plus 1. Teach me your ways. Z-index. Z-index. Why not a sand clock? Excuse me, I will not stand for that kind of talk in my stream. 5-minute timeout. I am kidding. Let's see. Do we have a sand clock here? I mean, there's this thing. There's this one. Functioning. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. This is another bullshit thing about Godot when you're working on this stuff. Is when you have something in a sub viewport, you can't preview the damn controls inside of it. So this is gonna... Fuck! Son, what's up? Mr. D-Boy, how's it going? Your 10,000 sabs are upsetting me. Get used to it. Get used to it. Again, so the index, how do we get this 10 to draw over the, is this a scene tree order? If I just change the order of the sprite, is that going to do it? Bruh! Mr. D-Boy, how's it going? It's coming together. So we're working on the gates that we go through to get more time. And then we can lay paths that lay collectibles that you pick up. We can have vessels that follow a path that we give it. And they do it through physics. And then we bump into things. We have collisions and whatnot. What is this horse? What are we talking about? Managed to get all of them today. Collect all children. Oh, the anime. Yeah. Yep. You gotta capitalize that on while people stand for it. Eventually, it's Twitch plays Pokemon. You know, it'll run its course, but it's a cool thing. All right, we need like generic arcade sounds and stuff. We gotta really. Again, we gotta juice it. It's a jam game. How do you win jam games? You juice. They came back. That you came back with the milk. Okay, so then when we body entered here, let the bodies hit the flow. We're gonna do the same thing here. Funk. Time collected. Node. Void. Tell me only the good things that you remember about your mom. Want to know about my mom? All right. So then we do that. And now what we do is, now that we've done this, we're going to turn off the area monitoring. So then we go and we say area monitoring is false. And then we're going to hide the sprites, these two sprites here. This first sprite, so this sprite here is going to be called stopwatch. And then the other one is going to be called the time. So stop, watch, sprite. And then time sprite. And then we're rotating the stopwatch. You know what we could do? We could actually just nuke. See, we're doing all this rotation stuff, so we could nuke the stopwatch. Okay. Oops, wrong thing. Okay. So now if we go through it, goes away. And we shouldn't be able to collect more time. Looks like we can. Ruh-roh! Area monitoring to false. Body entered. Emitted when the receives a body enters this area. Let's see. Monitoring is still on. We don't have inputs on. Hmm. That's weird. So we're setting it to false, but it I mean, we can use their setter, but it feels like it should just work, you know? Monitoring false. I mean, we can stop the process. We could disconnect all of our signal connections and remove the area. So that's another way to do this, but that seems like overkill. But I guess we'll do that because again, we're in jam game land. So we'll disconnect everything and then we'll kill the... It'll just cease to exist. Take a load off! Alright. So now we'll nuke the collidable thing. I'd like to do that with the sprite as well. Just get rid of it. Right, we got our time. Okay, so it works. All right, so now we have gates, baby. Gates. So we can have gates with times. So I feel like what color should the gates be? I guess red. You guys think red, or should we go? I mean, we have yellow. I feel like there should be a finish line. So you can grab more time, and then the finish line, what does that mean? It's like a bank, I don't know. See, the problem with the finish line is that, make them cycle rainbow colors. You mean more work? Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Is this guy cereal? All right. How would you have felt? What if I jumped on that right away? How would you have felt? You're like, oh no. Are you doing it snowboard kids style? What the hell, snowboard kids? Link me a YouTube video. All right, so the piece de resistance is to have, is that how you say it? I don't even know. Is to have the bars be things you can hit, right? So we need to have a static body. No, this is more like find the best. Like for now, for the jam, since I'm constraining the scope so much, ideally the way that I want the game to work, like if this was like a real game, quote unquote, is that we would have different so we would have little cutoff areas where each of these areas are like pre-designed parts of a bigger, huge air like flow. As we leave one area, we keep the last area in memory, and then if we're three ahead, we drop this one off, and it just is like, oh, it slowly gets to be more and more fast and that kind of thing, and it's, you know, more slopes and like and then maybe there's wider open areas and things like that. But for now, we're going with a stage or a stage driven approach. Kind of. I mean, there would be a natural end to it, but it would fork off. There'd be like, you'd want to try it again because you'd want to see what's down this path, you know, that kind of thing. And that's one stage. And then there'd be many stages like that. But for now, the way that the stages are going to work is like, you're just kind of going around and collecting more time and trying to get as much points as you can during that time. We're going to lose. Thank you so much for your help. Oh, I'm going to integrate the work that you did. All right, we got, there we go. It's perfect now. We're going to lose his work integrated. So yeah, it'll be like, I think we might need a mini map. Shit, guys, I don't know how to do a lot of this stuff. We're going to have to Okay. Fiera! Go painstakingly scroll through old Wallaber VODs from when he was doing it for Parking Garage Circuit. What? Doing what? Dude, people are so weird. Oh, the mini-map. Well, I can think of a few ways to do it. I'm pretty sure I have a way to do it. These are my flowers! Okay, lady. I know, they're beautiful. See, we gotta learn how to... This is the hard part about living with other people. Okay. She loves her flowers. That's what she's saying when she's screaming at you. So then you lean into that and you go, they're beautiful. And I was just admiring them, and there's this wonderful bee on it, and I'm sorry, you know. But that's really hard to do when someone's like, those are my flowers! You're like, oh! Yeah, that's what I did. Did she still freak out? Because if she did, I'd say, F the broad! She kind of calmed down. I bet she felt silly. That's a nice young man. I wonder if my daughter would like to date him. That's... My flowers! Clunk. Okay. And you can Tokyo drift around like this. If you could do it right, you can get a movement going and then go backwards on it. Let's try it. Get into the turn and then just go with it. Look at that. Okay, now so the camera needs some work. We need to have it on a spring arm. Did we go underneath something? I can't tell where we are. No, we didn't. Okay, so we got to put the camera on a spring arm. We are underneath the. All right, that's another problem that we have with the models. I almost think I need to create I don't know how to fix that without having to build the actual underparts. I could probably script it. I could probably script it. But how much time do we really have to deal with all this stuff, right? So what do we got to focus on what to get right and what to get wrong. So let's do the spring arm. So right now the camera is... Spring arm length is going to be what? 2 meters. Excuse me. Gross. Gross, Cricket. So gross. Where's our spring arm? Can I see the projection of the arm? Sphere? When the shape is set, the spring arm will cast the shape 3D on its z-axis instead of performing a ray cast. does that mean? I don't know. But now if we put the camera on the spring arm, we set the position to 0. And then we have to set the ray right. Let's see what we got. We have to set the angle right. Okay, so now we gotta adjust the angle of the spring arm. Or the rotation. No, I don't know. Not around the Y, it's around the Z. Nope, not the Z, it's the X. We'll get it, we'll get it. There we go. Okay, so how do we do this? Spring length. We have the right length. I think we have to adjust the camera angle as well. So we want to be like 45 degrees negative. And then we take the camera and point it 45 degrees in the horizon. Or maybe half of 45? There we go. Okay, so now the camera's on a spring arm. And if we bump up against the land, what are we masked on for the spring arm though? We are masked on land. Okay, so if it bumps up against the land, it should push in. Let's try it. So we'll rotate. Oops. Rotate. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So now we don't pop into the land when we're getting close to it, and we like back into it. Land, you look good. Let me back that ass up. No, wait, I got that wrong. Land, you look. How would you do that? How would you do that with that song, guys? All right, that's looking good. Let's get the inner tube in. Guys, I've been sitting on this inner tube for so long. Second favorite made it for me, and I totally forgot. Because I do that old man thing of looking at a text and then just like forgetting about it. So he gave me the tube. So let's replace our thing with an actual tube. There's our tube. Drag it in here. Oh shit, there's a hot babe on the tube. What happened? Uh-oh. There's a babe on the tube. We got to get rid of that for now. All right, there's our tube. So we got to work on the floatiness of the tube to get it right. Let's double check the so we have a rigid body. We want to make sure that the tube rests on top of the rigid body's X. It needs to rest exactly on it, right? So we want to make sure that we're... See, right now, the collision space... Look at that. See how it's up? We want to be on above that. Can we... I think what we need to do is make this its own scene. Inner tube. Okay. Collision shape. Oh, no, we don't have one. We don't have a collision shape. I think we can actually... I don't think we actually... Oh, it's inside the tube. Okay, we're going to create a new one. But first we got to get the tube height right. That's what I was talking about. So tube transform, we're going to say to half on the Y. Nope, too much. A quarter. Here we go. And then we're going to build the new collision. Sibling, single convex. And there's our collision shape. And we're going to put the collision shape up here. And save it. And now we should have a more inner tubey. Let's try. No, don't worry about changing the origin. Don't worry about it, brah. Don't worry about it, brah. Editable children. Game. Ooh, it didn't like what I did. I don't like what you did. I don't like it. Okay, we're gonna fix this later, but for now we're just gonna keep going with it. Inner tube area. Inner tube, what is this expecting? Wave animation player. 2 hand sound, 1 hand sound. The sounds we put on 1 hand sound, 2 hand sound. Try it again. There we go. Hell yeah! We're tubing! Woohoo! All right. Conk. Am I? Oh, we're going the wrong way. You know what I think I'm gonna do? When you're flapping, I'll have indicators of what your flapping is doing. So like, yeah, we'll do flap indicators. So like there'll be like an arrow hint about where you're going with what you're flapping. Oh, yeah. The bouncing is so ridiculous. Oh my god, it's so good. Why is he going around with a donut? Get a texture going. Yeah, and I mean, we could even cheat and just have like, I don't know how that would be for modeling though. There's a lot of cheating we can do where we just need to round the sides that we see, but yeah, I guess we could increase the number of tries triangles to make it up. I do feel like we need like a boost button. I think what we'll do is if you're at 0, if you're at no movement, the initial paddles, but that's part of the fun is like having to build it up. So maybe there's like an energy drink you could drink that like gives you like more power. It's gonna be like 20 more polys. Yeah, okay. That's totally fine. And then we have a beer can. What does it look like when we, oh, we don't have any beer. Let's get a beer and see. See, now that we have the inner tube, we need to adjust a lot of stuff about the beer throwing. Whoa. And I think we can cheat by creating a, so you see what's going on there. I think we can cheat if I build a cylinder for the collision for land and other things. If I build it as a cylinder that kind of goes down, I think that's a way that we can, or up rather. I think that's a way, unless we have land that we're going underneath, that's a way to cheat for now so that we don't have to build a depth too much. And we don't accidentally slide over land, under land. No, the polygons, the triangles aren't the issue on the potato. The issue right now is the sky, the shader for the sky and the shader for the water. And so I may need to abandon the complexities of the sky shader and reduce some of it. But I can get 60 with the water shader. So without the sky stuff, I can hit 60. It's like 120, which is really good on my laptop. My laptop's a real potato, so. Hit the boat. The boat wins. And the beer throwing is broken right now, so we got to figure out what's going on with that. TOD. I don't know what TOD means, but it is alive. So if you look, you'll see the clouds moving. Let me stop the game here. Time of day. If your sky is static and not changing time of day, does it stay constant? No. The clouds continue to live on and do their own thing. And since we have a fixed camera, I don't know how much the clouds even really matter. We can do something fixed. But the Godot skyboxes make it hard to blend a procedural element of it and have a static, like, I want clouds in the skies that are transparent to draw the rest of it. I would think it's the shadows. It's not, when I do the profiling, it's the actual shaders stuff. The shadow mapping is actually very quick. Yeah. So I'm using orthogonal projection, and I guess I could decrease the max distance because it actually doesn't need to be that I could cut this in half, but it's definitely not a source of any issues. Was learn to optimize shaders? No. Not at all. God damn, guys, 8 days and I've got all this stuff in it. Holy shit. This is crazy. Good God. Should I do a game a month? Is this what I should be doing? You went hard. Fiera, thanks. Yeah, no, it's I mean, to be frank, this is about almost 4 years of experience with Godot, so there's that. It's actually kind of embarrassing. There's certain things that are embarrassing with my skills in programming and in Godot, but I mean, I do tend to bust certain things out very fast. Maybe that's what keeps you going. Yeah. I mean, I think if I make this into a thing, the thing that people are going to say they want is multiplayer. You're just trying to make things work. Right. Right. That's, yeah. Which, I mean, is ultimately game production anyways, is that. Once you have one server set up. Yeah. And the server just hands off the connection to the players. What happens? Do you guys know what happens when you do a sub-only stream? Do people who aren't sub know that it's happening? Like, is the FOMO thing real for it? Yeah, Jams helped to lock in for me too. Well, I definitely like, yeah. So when we hit something, if we adjust the body's physics material and reduce the friction to like half, the body's bounciness, absorbent. So let's try that. So if we hit it, we're not going to bounce as much, right? And friction, let's cut the friction into 1/4 of the total. We might need to go cylinder because I think having it be a oh shit, see, I'm getting too good at going through it. I want to clip it. Okay, that helps. I don't want it to be too punishing when you bump into those things. But I do think that the collision shape for the... I think we should go with a round... Is that going to be super costly? I don't know. I think you could do sub-only streams. I only know sub-only... Yeah, you can do sub-only streams. I'm just wondering if I could do like... Because what I would like to be able to do is like, hey, I don't know. This might sound weird, but I do feel like capitalizing off of FOMO is not as shady as some other shit. But maybe I just have a warped perspective. Okay. So now it's a round shape. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want. We don't want it to be so punishing. The calculations are easier than the other stuff. Good to know. Then we'll do the same thing on this one. Okay. Clunk. Oh! Oh! The physics processing on the laptop takes about 30% of the frame time. Okay. Now, I think we're pretty locked in here. So what we're going to do is... Yeah, there's so many good... I gotta say, doing this jam thing has taught me so many, or there's so many things that I've discovered that are like... I know ways to do things now that are like way better. Like import scripts in particular solve a lot of problems where yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting. You can almost so when you do an import on something like a scene, and in this case I'm talking about 3D scenes, for instance. So I have like these hilltop, let me show you one. So we have like hill, right? So we have this. And I want to be able to, on all of them, generate, because they, by default, they don't have any colliding aspects to them. They have no information about like collisions or anything like that. So when I import them, I want to be able to create those on the import, so I don't have to do it for every single one. And so if you write an import script, you can do that. And so, for instance, I do have an import script to do this. So when we and I associate it on the scene. So now anytime I do this import on any of these guys here, like these hillside stuff, what happens is this script runs. So we iterate through every single scene inside of it, and we look for anything that's a mesh instance, and then we create the collision information here so that we're not having to remember to do it later. And for instance, with what I'm doing on these scenes here, there's so many things involved in this that I could automate with an import script. I'm not going to do it right now, but I could. So it's like preparing it. Yeah, well then I start to think about, wow, we can actually, there's like a lot of really interesting things you can do from a pipeline perspective. If you're working on making a bigger game in a team and you're trying to be smart about like resource management, the game size, to like DLC, all this stuff, you can do some really, like, it kind of, there's a lot of really interesting things you could do with that. So you won't need to create, yeah, so I don't need to create, well, and the beautiful thing about it too is this happens now when because before I had to create individual scenes in Godot for each of these elements. So I would have the Blender resource, and then I would have to create this whole other Godot scene to do a bunch of stuff with it. Like I did this with the dungeon game. I don't need to do that anymore now that I know about this, because now when I drag in this, it's already got, now if we were to look at the scene, like if I was to break this out and show editable children, you'll see this is the collision stuff that was made by the script. So I don't have to like create another Godot scene with the mesh in it and then create the collision shapes, because that's what I was doing in the dungeon stuff. I don't have to do that anymore. And I can just grab the actual element, the Blender element, and now when the Blender element changes, it don't matter. It's gonna, although I wonder if it will rebake. I'm guessing it will rebake. Yeah, no, you just run import again. That's right. So if the Blender element changes, it'll just update it'll re-import it, and my script will run again. So even if I have the element in a scene somewhere else, we're all set. If we change the mesh or something, the collision, it'll recreate the collision for it automatically. So it's really cool. Anyways, so we need the time to be bigger. Let's make the time bigger. And we're going to steal our code from the Hexagon game to get the right numbers for the time. Okay, and then we need to pad the seconds. So we got to add padding to the seconds. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I keep forgetting to put more run more ads so that we have less interruptions over time. But I'll be right back. We're gonna have an ad start in 5 minutes, anyways. Be right back. All right, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Chefs. All right, we're back. All right, so we got to pad the. We got to pad it. So how do you do that? You do 2D. Just like that. Maybe. Except we're not seeing it on the 4. So the beer, okay. So the beer can throw still works. It's just so small now compared to the size of the inner tube. And the boats now kind of look like remote controlled. Where is the boat, by the way? Oh, there it is. Like, there's no way that a person that's in this inner tube would. Maybe actually. I'm gonna follow this damn boat.
What the dog doing?
He's screaming for his life. You okay, Cal? You okay? You want some belly rubs? You want some belly rubs? I'll give you some belly rubs. I'll give you some belly rubs. Roll over. Roll over the belly. Oh, belly rubs. Oh. Walks? You don't go on in walks with Papa? You have him? You have him? All the things. Smell all the things. So what does this look like in compatibility right now? I guess that's where we should live until we fix a bunch of things. Oh, you know what? No, never mind. We still have to build the rest of these, Okay, so that's where we were at. We were looking at, Fuck, man. Let's build the script. How hard is this? This isn't hard at all. We know how to do this already. So here we're gonna try this with these special gates. We're gonna make this whole thing into a unique scene. All of this stuff. Ooh, except we do need to build the static body. So this needs to be gate. Ooh, except you know what? It's going to be different for every... Alright, how much of this gate stuff do I think I'm going to change for real? For real, for real. Probably nothing. Let's put time... Oh, the game's wigging out. No, you know what? We can do this. We can do this. Why am I so red all of a sudden? This will be fine. It's just kind of a shitty... You know, the more I'm doing this, though... How about this? How about this? How about this? We can at least associate... So we'll say a large static body. No, we don't want to. Okay. Yeah, it really sells it. I mean, that's the other thing about streaming game development is for a long time you could just be fine with a cylinder, but if you're trying to like keep viewers engaged and stuff, you got to make it not a cylinder. You know what I mean? All right. Okay, so that works. Much better vibes of the coin. I know. I don't have to explain it as much, right? It's like, it's an inner tube. You get it? All right, I'm going to try and write the scripts to do what I was talking about. You know what? We need to also, I need to get a gate that's small. Because this might not work. Can we even fit through a small gate, I wonder? We might not be able, I don't think we can fit through the small ones. No. Maybe, like if it had bounds. I mean, the one way to find out is to just put a gate in and then find the inner tube. No. Unless we created a real forgiving, tight space. Okay. So we don't need to worry about... guess we just need the one gate. So what color do we make the gate? Do we make the gate? I think we should go with the yellow. I think yellow is the way to go. So we'll just rename this to gate. And then we'll delete these other ones. And then we can move on. We have gates. So get rid of all these. Man. How do you test if we're a if we're part of a if we're in the editor or not? There's a way to test it. So now if we change the gate time, it won't show up, it won't refresh here because we don't really care. We're not setting a setter. But, okay. So the key to this design is that we need to be able to have there to be enough things to do that within these times that there's something valuable to do to get more time. There we go. So now we have proper padding on the timer. Okay. Swordfish, diving seagulls, pufferfish, other players with blow darts. Yeah, well, we're trying to do a high score thing, so I gotta figure... I mean, if we die, I'm not sure how to handle that just yet. So I'm building elements that are just like, get more points, get more points, get more points, and we use time as death. But yeah, I agree with you that the problem is we, you know, I'm building everything around the assets that I have access to. I mean, I could use, there are like planes and stuff. We could have planes flying overhead. I'm totally with you on that though. You know what I almost think we need, which makes no sense, is a jump button. Of like some sort of like thing to time a jump. No, for sure. For bounce or what? Hell yeah, you need a jump button. I do feel like it. We need some sort of like... I feel like we need drinks that are like boosts. Like, so it's like an energy drink that you can like pound, and when you... It's a button press, but it's your boost, right? So if you have energy drinks, it'll be at like a nitro. And then maybe we have some sort of like... If you press the jump button, there's like a cooldown or stamina. The swordfish. Yeah, I'm with Todd on that, but I'm stuck with some of the elements that the resources that I have access to. For now, I'm not wanting to build too much. In like Blender or But yeah, no, I think having stuff that pops the inner tube is definitely. I guess the question is, what happens? Do we flicker and fade away? Do we just reset? You know, if something pops us, we have to be careful about it cheesing us. Let's I think arrows for what we're doing with our flappers is a good thing. And of course, none of them really look like what I'd want them to look like. What do you got, buddy? How do you not just have like a regular, I guess there's this plain arrow. Just be sure to make it really goofy because drowning is not very popular right now. Gotcha. Yeah, that whole thing. Your mom's a nice icon. This I think this might have the energy, some sort of energy that we're looking for. Oh, we'll rotate it. Yeah, it's the search for it sucks ass, but you can always Google. You can say like site : and then put it in there and then search it that way. Its built-in search is not very good. Yeah, this seems like sort of the energy we want. Let's do the SVG so when we do the rotations and stuff, it doesn't look like shit. Go to my go-to. I love this little set here for some reason. And Krita didn't open for us. Oh, maybe it did. What the fuck? Calvin, are you trying to just ruin my life? What is going on here? What is happening? I think I have to kill Krita. What the hell is going on? Windows! What is it? Well, you're the one who lost it. Don't yell at me about it. He rolled something under the bed and he can't reach it. Now he's barking at me about it. Father, you must assist me. Please, Father. Father! It did it again. It put it in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Do we do it like that? Or do we do it like this? Okay. Beer back. All right. He got his bone back. He's excited. Oh, he found his elk horn bone. Oh, no wonder he's so pumped. Father, I killed this elk with my own bare teeth. I don't think that's how that happened, Calvin. No, you weren't there. It was me. I think we can get away with one arrow. We just change the orientation of the arrow. So we'll use up as the default. V-box, H-box, control, duplicate, do 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 do. And we want all of these to fill. Okay. And then we're gonna go like this. You won't let us. Is that because we're all fixed on our... We're fixated on our size? Typical. Typical man. Bro. Stretch mode. Keep. Keep center. Fit width. Proportion. We don't want to keep size. Why is it acting like it is keeping the size? This should be able to... Okay, we'll use that for now. Right hand action, left hand action. Now, can we rotate the... Ah, shit. Why can't we rotate the transform? What if we take it out? Now we can. Ah! I'll be right back. My kids are screaming. Okay, so for now, I think to prevent our inner tube from going into... Oh, we're back. Oh, sorry, I gotta... Alright, we're gonna keep doing the button things. I think this is important for people watching the game to know what the hell's going on. I do kind of want to have a diagram of the inner tube and show it that way, but I feel like this might actually help the player too. So... what we'll do is we'll tween the visibility. We'll tween the albedo. We'll modulate it. We'll trim the we'll tween the alpha. So when you press the button, we'll change the orientation, start fading out after you press it. Puts on cape. Ba 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 ba.
Children, it is I, your father. What seems to be the quarrel?
So what's the difference between modulate and self-modulate? Self-modulate. We want to self-modulate in front of everybody. So we're going to self-modulate in front of everybody. And I don't know how to do this shit. Apply torque impulse. One hand, one hand, one hand. We're looking for two hands. We want to play with our two hands. Apply impulse, two hands. Then we say left hand action, right hand action. Self-modulates. Alpha. This is a mess. This code is a mess. Red right hand. Take a little walk across the street. Oh, with this red right hand. Okay. Okay, so these are all we're repeating ourselves here. Apply impulse. The difference is the direction of the impulse. So we have some repetition here we can clean up.
Take a little walk across the
Red right hand. Oh no, I only have 10 minutes until the most boring hour-long training meeting ever, but then I'm free from these corporate chains, and I'm going to modulate all over. Nice. Self-modulate with 2 hands is crazy. Sometimes it's needed, says Justin. All right, so backwards. So if backwards, else All right, let's see if this works. Why is it, it's because of the damn, why did they change tweens? God bless it. Why did they do this? They fucking ruined them. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Bless it. Dino Geek comes in and I'm cussing at Godot. How's it going, Dino? Create tween. Oh, you know what it is? They're not parallel. God, I hate all this crap. Just give me a single. I just want a single tween. It doesn't override. So when we do the two-handed impulse, take this broken impulse, so it doesn't refresh it like I want. Huh. Why isn't that, let's just add Grant's two hands. How you doing, Dino? Okay, so two hands is definitely running. See, we have no way of knowing that there's a tween going on here unless we stash it somewhere. So now we have to create a two-hand tween. This is so stupid. I remember when I was a young two-handed tween. It was an era of self-discovery. Well, I'm tweening. I'm tweening to modulate to fade out, right? But then if I press the button again, I want to go back to a full color and then fade out again slowly. But the other tween is still going. So I think that's part of the problem. But also, for some reason, if I kind of just... If I wait a second... So what I'm thinking about doing is... If two-hand tween is not null, then we say, okay, we're going to clear it. Else we make a new one. And then we two-hand, we do this. Yeah, you really don't need them technically. You don't really need them. But non-existent function clear is tween. Play. Stop. How do we reset it? Kill. Invalidates the tween. We could just kill it. Yeah, kill. Kill. So if two-hand tween is not valid, no, is valid, we kill it. Otherwise we create a new one. We can't do it on a null value. So we'll keep the null then. There we go. And now it doesn't fade out. No matter what, we're going to kill it. We don't need the else. We always need to create a new tween. Because if it already existed, we're killing it. There we go. Okay. So how do I not have it? But this seems to work. Yeah. But how do I have it if the tween, if I'm modulating something with a tween and I'm starting a new tween to do the same thing? Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to make sure that that old tween isn't a part of this at all anymore. That's the part that drives me nuts about the way that tweening kind of works now. Because before, if it was a node in the scene tree, it's like, oh, I just talked to that one. And we're all set, which is what I'm recreating now in code. Ah! I don't understand. To be honest, I didn't really understand. Is it like a sine function kind of? Like switching between two values? Yeah, so essentially you're saying what you're tweening, it to, and then how long you're going to do that in. And then you can set easing functions on top of that, which is like the sine stuff that you're talking about. So if you wanted to ease, if I wanted to ease the fade out, for instance, I could set an ease here. Oops. And put an amount in. And there's like ease in, ease out, all that stuff. Which I probably want to do with this. But this works right now, so we're going to leave it. I don't like this at all. I hate this. Cricket hates this, guys. And also, I hate how textures are in the UI stuff, because I want to put them to the sides. Like I want to separate them. But then when I throw them in here, I mean, is this gonna work? There we go. Okay, so now set the alpha down. The alpha. Set the alpha. So now we want the little, I think we should have these at the bottom. Or at the top, maybe just at the top or the bottom. I guess the bottom would be good because it's not such a, thank you very much. My wife is handing me something delicious, I'm certain of it. The bottom, yeah, I'm with you on the bottom. And frankly, the bottom is a lot of wasted space. We're gonna be honest here. So that's a problem with the games, almost like a problem with the concept that we have to address somehow. Yeah, the UI stuff, I'm a fan of immediate mode UI, which is more like a procedurally generated or programmatically generated UI in code. Rather than this stuff, frankly. I want HTML. You could make it happen. Someone could do it. All right. Be the change you want to see in the world. It's too hard. Oh, so you want to be a whiny bitch like Luke Skywalker. And what did that whiny bitch become? Do you remember? Do you remember what he became? Slightly less of a whiny bitch, that's right. Cricket's cracking himself up. Sorry for saying the B word. The size of the arrow. I think so too, maybe. For now, we'll do it like this. Now we need the left and the right arrows. And we need the double down thing too, so this is gonna be fun. We could do some shaky, we could add some RNG on the, like, you're pressing it and it's like, oh. This is where we could polish, but we're gonna, we got the basic idea here. How you doing, Justin? Doing all right. Nice, nice. I'm pinning Dino Geek's message. All right, let me hide my, I'm gonna turn the mic off and hide my camera. Whee! Because I'm eating, okay? It's not because I'm shy. Although in real life, I am a bit of a shy guy. If you could believe that. Don't let this streaming persona fool you. It does seem like hitting things would be a good thing to do soon. With the beer cans. We should probably figure that out, right, guys? So we'll call this one-handed stroke. One-handed stroke. See, we're gonna have a problem with our tweens. Son of a biscuit. Alright, we gotta say left and right hand tween. You know what? No, I don't think so. I wish they would, oh, sorry for eating in your guys' ears. The library's big book sale starts this Thursday. I wish they would have a no resellers thing, and they would kick people out who are clearly just scanning every book with their goddamn cell phone. Those are fucking vultures. Like, that's just so gross to... And they're not smart enough to know what's happening. You know, they're just a bunch of old folks. And I don't want to be a Karen, quote unquote. But damn.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
OG Ma Bad Parenting 101, thanks for the follow. No, we'd never go and like completely, no, we didn't do it that way at all. Is it OG Ma or Ogama? Or something else? Oh, well, that's nice. Why am I not seeing the shoutouts? I never see when people shout me out. Oh, I see it. Well, then let me do a reverse shout out. All right, back to work. Back to work, mon. I just stuffed my face with food. And now we're going to work on the one-handed stroke on the stream. You guys walk me through this. I'm not familiar with this. I need someone to guide me through this stroke. So no matter what we're going to do, we're going to set the modulate on both of them automatically, the alpha back to 0 on each of them to clear out. You know what? It's probably fine if the other one's running. No, we do want to get rid of. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to look a little jank at first. Okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to... If the two-handed tween is active, we'll clear it. Or we'll kill it. Is not active, we'll... No matter what. Yeah, if it's not null, we'll kill it. And then, okay. We're okay. We have left-hand tween, and it's the same logic here. Sets the alpha back to 1. And then we'll change the alpha. And then left hand, if it's left hand, let's look at our... Yeah, handsome.
Someone had a surprise for you.
What?
She got this from Dollar Tree.
We got this from Dollar
She
Tree?
got this.
Can you show me?
It's a Barbie dog and a balloon.
Oh. That's really cool. Pretty neat.
You should put her Bobby. Oh.
So we can't, because we're inside this V-Box, we can't rotate this thing. I hate this stuff, man. Do we have to put a sub-container? Like another control in here? And now we can rotate? Yes. Fucking serious? Oh, this is stupid. So why don't we fit inside? We're inside, we're nested. Does it need to be another container? I'm so confused by this crap. Ah! But now if we rotate, we're not going to be rotating around center. Ah! Oh, this is such bullshit. There's a pivot offset. Good lord, man. Full rect, layout mode, position, or anchors. Ah. UI. Yep. Trying to be able to control the position of these damn texture rects and then also be able to rotate them. And it's just a hell. It's a hellscape. See, now that's not anchoring. Don't put them in containers. Okay, but how do I have them stay equally where I want them to be, wherever I position them? How do I have them stay there if the screen size changes? Is that in the project settings? Is that a scale setting? Stretch viewport? Or canvas items? Okay. So okay, so now will this scale properly? Because it wasn't before. But if we have the canvas stretch, there we go. Jeez. Okay. Okay, so now let's get the other. No, it will not scale. So if I make this, like if I run this out of the window, you're saying it's not going to scale if I run it in a, like this. That looks fine. The position size. Okay, yeah, because that's not what I was seeing. So is that because now I have canvas items on for stretch mode? If I get rid of that, does it break? Because when I was trying that, it wasn't working for me. Yeah, see, okay, so we need to have canvas items on stretch. So that was the missing link. Okay, so now we can rotate these. And we want 90 degrees if we're right. And negative 90 if we're left. Maybe Obsidian can help me out with the tween nonsense that I'm dealing with. But we got something working, so we're just gonna keep going with it. What target screen size are you basing all this on? I'm just using the default project settings. I should probably make it 16:9 ratio at least. I don't think this is. But I'm just getting started with UI right now. The textures will look off. Is that because of the resolution of the image? They may squish or stretch. Seems fine. I could see why on 4K it would look bad because it's only a 128 resolution thing. The resolution of the base image. Gotcha. All right, well, for now I'm gonna You may not rush. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate your help, Obsidian, very much. Maybe we don't need the left and the right hand tween. For scaling bids, this is why you want to learn it. Containers keep everything in place in relative terms. Absolute positions can get ugly in unexpected resolutions and ratios. And sometimes you might want different UI for different resolutions as well. Different themes with elements configured with different resolutions in mind. And then have your code swap out as needed as resolution changes are detected. Yeah. It's a nightmare. So you said you were taking a break from the dungeon crawler project. Are you working on something else, or did am I misremembering? Okay, this... Poking at an NES-style Mega Man plant. Oh, dude, I'm all about that. Okay, let's test this. We're not calling this right now. One-hand stroke. So we gotta apply the one-hand stroke. Oh, you know what? This isn't indicating backwards. Oh. We got some state problems. It really is just up and down. It really is just up and down. It's not left or right. It's forwards and backwards. So... Okay. So really we should probably show an arrows going forward always or down for backward. Yeah. One hand stroke. I use both these fun. Hand stroke. We could make them hands. I could try and draw some hand icons. Man, it is. Oh, the fan's not on. It's like, why is it so damn hot in here? All right. Are you streaming soon, Obsidian? Dude, I gotta see the game you're working on. Should we call it Stroke Hand instead of Hand Stroke? Or just Stroke? I think we should just call it Stroke. And then you give it a hand in a direction. Are you going forwards with your right hand? Backwards with your left? To each his own, I suppose. Oh my God. Don't be embarrassed. Stroke it? We could call it Stroke It. For the entendre. Uh-huh. All right, so now we have stroke. AK Elements, thank you for the raid.
Cool. Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Can someone who tell me who invented UI so I can punch him in the mouth? AK Elements, thanks for coming in. Thanks for bringing in everybody here. Appreciate it. We're right in the middle of, I'm in the middle of finding out if I just wrote a bunch of stuff that's working or not working. I can show you what I'm working on though, so there may be a little bit of jank on the bottom of the screen, but we'll just ignore that. Okay, so we are backwards on the... Okay, ignore the arrows, alright? But just imagine we're paddling forwards and both the arrows are pointing forwards. Okay, now we're paddling to the right. Imagine that arrow is a direction, okay? A correct direction. Just pretend like that's what you're seeing. So we have this little, we're in an inner tube and you can stroke in the inner tube to change your direction. And you go around and there's going to be beer cans that you pick up. There's going to be ramps that you go off of. There's going to be things that you throw with the beer cans. So that's it so far. You're going to get points. You're going to collect points. There's going to be a timer that you keep trying to get more time for to get as many points as you possibly can. There's going to be speedboats going around that you have to avoid. There's going to be ships with people on it that are throwing things at you. And you're just going to be floating in this inner tube. There's going to be a character inside the inner tube that's stroking it. And you're going around trying to... It's all going to be pandemonium. And, yeah. Let me check out your stream. I don't know if you have VODs up. Yes. Infinite volume terrain editing and performance improvements. My god.
Okay, so that should all be fine, right? Currently, but that's how we just roll for now.
Nice. Yeah, we were actually, I was gonna try and do some heights for this. If we go to the stage here and look at it from above, I'm gonna try and build a texture of the stage from above and use the mesh positions as like the sort of the peak, and then the ground that's underneath all of the mesh, I want to try and use UVs to draw them up from that texture so that there's like, I don't have to make the sloping terrain underneath this. I can just have it sort of created for me automatically. So that's something I definitely want to try. Not anything that like what you're doing though. But yeah, so we're trying to get that going. Eventually. It's not what I'm working on right now though. But yeah, it's just going to be a fun little game. This is for the 30 Days of Summer Game Jam, which I don't know anything about. Somebody recommended it to me, so I don't know if I find out that they're like some awful like, you know, fascist party or some shit like that. Just like, oh my god, I wasn't expecting that. But anyways, that's this is where we're at right now. We're getting it together. This is about 8 days of work, so didn't get a lot done today. Trying to see where my performance is going for terrain right now because it's not that many draw calls to be that slow. Oh yeah. Well, I've never really done anything from scratch. I'm curious. if I did jump into that, I would either jump into C or Odin as a language, and then probably Raylib or STL. Dispatching it in one draw call was super fast. But yeah, when you look at, it's all C++ custom engine, nice. When you look at like the Godot, when you look at Godot's drawing, sometimes you're just like really confused about what's going on. It's difficult. There's a lot of work you have to do to get like batching working right. So you would not go for the D. So anyways, we've got a lot of improvements that we've done today. We have a spring arm on the camera, so if it hits the sides of the wall, we don't clip inside the mesh. We just got these little these are going to be gates that you go through to get more time. Fedora, I remember D from the days when Fedora was trying to push it as a C++ replacement. I don't think that'll ever happen. And it looks like, haven't they kind of figured a way to kind of have your cake and eat it too with like memory safety in C++? Because of what's happening with Rust. I feel like there's been a lot of, I was reading something about somebody working on something. Something like that for C, but well, mad respect. I have any respect for somebody doing something handmade. I'm definitely not. Even though I primarily work in Godot, I would consider myself agnostic when it comes to like engines. So it never materialized, right? Well, I'm sure they'll add 100 new things that you have to know about, and there'll be the right way and then 20 ways that are the wrong way that you also have to learn about. If I've just from my osmosis of hearing the C community or C++. Yeah, so we also have like time of day, which I guess is running in the editor right now. Yeah, it is. Those are shadows. Yeah, so we got time of day. Thanks for the stream, dude. Later all. All right, Jacob, have a good one, man. Mariano, how's it going? Mariano, I'm cooking. I could have used your help like 5 seconds ago. But I don't think I need it now. Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. Oh. Oh, dude. Okay. Thanks for reminding me again. Let's check it out. Are you doing all the sprite work yourself? By the way, for the game, unnecessarily, completely unnecessarily, but we do have a booba slider. So somehow we can incorporate, for the player that's in the inner tube, some sort of booba. Some sort of booba mechanic. So just keep that in mind, coming soon for the game. Nice. Are you gonna lock on an axis, or are you gonna go in all directions? Because I think the OG Mega Man, if you're in a room, you're either going left or right or up or down. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm excited to see this. Are you gonna do this sort of the Mega Man like Robot Master style thing, where you pick the stage to start, like you have open? Mega Man was kind of like a proto open world, actually. Come to think of it. Room per screen. Not sure. Don't know how far I'll take it. Nice. There we go. Okay, we got it figured out. All right. My condition here was dumb. Okay. So then I gotta go say bye to my kids, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run an ad. That'll give us an hour and 43 minutes without ads. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that delay. Had to say bye to the kids. Then I dropped some kids off at the pool. So we're back. Let's get some music going. Make a better tube. Make it the best tube. Was I a good tube? No. You were the best. Where is this up arrow coming from? All right. Well, it's jank, but the idea is there. I think I'm getting burnt out on working on this for it, so we're gonna do something else. We need sound effects. I need like arcade-ish sound effects. What do I do? What do I do? I'm also struggling a bit in my game. I added an attack animation to the B, but now it fucks with everything else. Sounds like some state issues. I mean, that's what I'm kind of running into here. I think we need to like, because we're not really keeping track of like a stroke state. So I think we might be doubling up. It's also possible that input is being called before, in order is being called after process or before. It should be before. Oh, I see what the problem is. There you go. Now you guys can see what I'm doing. At least before we have the animations for it. feel like the beer can should warp into you, a bit like the Ratchet and Clank kind of collecting stuff. The good old fashioned magnet style body suck. No, not state. The attack before was a VFX I spawn in. Now it's connected to the B sprite. Now I'm trying to separate it again, but it's kind of annoying. Gotta keep the steam going. Gotta keep the steam going. All right, well, the stroke function's working great now. We mastered it. Mastered stroking on stream. We could stroke forward with both hands. I could stroke forward with one hand. I could stroke forward and backwards with both hands. Left hand and right hand backstroke. All that self-modulating really paid off. It did, you know, just for everybody else. I'm curious. We need the tween. There's that website with the tweening references. Do they have a link for it here? So ease. Ease out exponentially. Or is it he's in? There we go. I almost feel like, so I do need to make like a training thing. So I want to have it be like, oh, welcome to the, what are we even calling this game? We got ourselves a different, some sort of wild inner tubing game here now. Let me show you the ropes on tubing. I know y'all are curious about it, so I'm gonna do my best to explain it to you here. Now you can stroke it left or right. You get the idea. This game reminds me of hoo-wee! That was a good stroke job you just gave us. Oh, this is clever. Yeah, so mine's a bit like this. Like you have to go like this to go. And then they go backwards, you have to go like this. Should I do reverse if you're going backwards? Should I put the camera behind us? Should we have a turn the camera around button? Maybe we should. That's great. Meant to be a two-player game, yeah. You can use two hands if you want it to be over real quick like. Now, this isn't about you want to go fast. I drew the UI for that game, nothing else. Gotta do more jam games. Inbound shover jam starting in 3 days. Nice. This is backwards. The left and right hands... Right now we're backwards. Why are we backwards? Now that I'm coming to it and seeing it again, it's backwards. This would be like we're going like this, but instead we're going... Or is it? Is it right? If I'm in the water and I'm paddling forward on my right hand, I shouldn't be going to the right. I should be going to the left, right? Now backwards on both, yes. Well, it's the button press that's... I'm supposed to be stroking forward with my left hand right now. And we're going the wrong way for that to be correct. I think we're backwards. We definitely need them to be hand icons. It would make it a lot easier to understand. Okay. All right, so we were thinking about having a grapple where we can grapple onto things that are moving with like a rope. And then we were talking about jump button. Some sort of bounce in the air, some sort of like inner tube explosion. We were talking about poop. I had a gentleman earlier asking about poop. We could have like a fart. Respectfully, what? Like we fart, explode in the, fly in the air when we fart? Is that crazy? It doesn't feel crazy. What did I say? No, that's funny actually. Um. Let's adjust. Let's change the collision shape to be cylinder. Nine looks right. Okay. So now this should help prevent us from going under the so long as we build things right. Nice. Poop in the river. No, no, no. Somebody is requesting that though. Somebody is requesting that. That is a request that we have had. Nice job, Fiera. I guess you got to give the people what they want. Well, we started talking about poop and throwing poop, and I'm like, this really sounds like a. We need a chimpanzee, not a. See, here's the problem with the cylinder. Do you think we'll ever get airborne if we're gonna jump? Yeah, this is problematic. Well, okay, what if it only? Oh, yeah. All right, we need 2 cylinders. Shit. No, because it's the entire body that's... I think we're gonna have to clone. You know what we could do on our import step is invert the mesh around the collision mesh and double up on it. Double up on it. Okay, well, at least what we can do is get the shape of our height here to inner tube size, and make it a cylinder. We can't squish things, right? If we made it a sphere, that might work. Except that we have the bottom to deal with. I think Cylinder is the best. I've tried others. This is the best. Can't squish a sphere. I just realized I'm not using my fingers efficiently when I'm typing. Dude, I gave up on that game a long time ago. My brain can't handle typing fast anymore. I'm just fucking, I had to pick something to let go of. A custom split keyboard? You mean like this? With the erotic valley? This one has the erotic valley. Uh-oh, we got a typing test redeem. Alright, let me just check the inner tube here one more time. One more time! Celebrate. Celebration. You can't stop. Gonna celebrate. What are we bitching about? Beer, soda. Why are we complaining right now? All of a sudden the game is like not running. Alright, let's do it. All right, ready? Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh my God. Oh my God. $63 was actually better than I did yesterday. Yeah, good job, guys. Should we be doing this every day to get a little bit, get our fingers itched? Maybe. Maybe, perhaps. One a day redeem. Both F shift keys. So our two-handed strokes are silent right now. Why is our two-handed stroke silent? Oh, because when we replaced it, we stopped. Okay. We don't want silent two-handed stroking. That's a little awkward. We got to be making some kind of noise, right? Yeah, I think we need to, there's a lot of maximums that we need to come up with. Like, if we have, I think you're right, if we have a maximum speed, we can't make a stage that lets you reach that peak. But the idea of being able to hook onto something, this is probably way out of scope, but the idea of being able to hook onto something and anchor yourself so that when you have momentum, you're like hooking around it so that you can just focus on forward, and just being hooked onto something means that you're gonna turn sharp around that thing would be dope. And then the same thing, being able to hook onto a boat and just get a ride from the boat would be really nice. And really tube-like. It is a very inner tube thing to do, to like lasso onto something and have them pull you. I like the idea of the speedboat increasing its speed too, if you do that. When can I see the babes though? I can give you a sneak peek. We have a booba slider here. Okay, now check this out. So we can increase the booba size. So we have a, I think this will be the first option the player gets to choose for the game. Or maybe the boobas grow as your score gets higher? Is that what we do? So you really, to get the Dolly Parton, you have to get like the maximum score? Here comes the moon. The ridiculous effects that Cricket's adding to this game. You know what this game needs? It needs a moon and stars in the night sky. Stupid Cricket. I'm wondering if we could do something a bit like Animal Crossing. because Animal Crossing does this thing where it starts to bend the horizon a bit so you can see further out. I wonder if we can, or like a surf or skateboard video. I mean, okay, let's just try increasing the camera's width. Can we do fisheye? Can we make a fisheye camera? Or not width, but the field of view. This will make everything seem slower, right? Actually, it feels like you're going faster now. Whoa. So if we did this, we could bring in the camera a bit closer. So let's do 90. 90, nah, let's do 100. And then if we scoot the camera, bring the camera arm in a bit. Whoop. There we go. 0.5. See, every time we do this, though, we have to adjust the rotation of the... So we go like that, and then we bring the camera out a little bit more. See, we're not far enough away now. 2. If we bring the screen position forwards like that, 45. It's crazy how this changes the feel of the game. Three. All right, I'm gonna head out, friend, for a bit. It was nice co-working with you. Yeah, Fier, let me do a shout out. Fier is also another Godot developer working on what is it? It's more of like a room-driven action platformer. Is that pretty accurate? Like a Metroidvania? Let me see. I don't think this would play very well though, and especially with the rotation, it wouldn't work right at all. If we were only going in one direction, I think this might be something interesting. All right, Fiero, see you, man. Well, I hope the dev that was working on that game wasn't in my chat. Well, because I wasn't really shitting on it, just making an observation that it has a limited lifespan. But I think games like that are, I think that's like the new meta for streaming, and especially in like the dev space. That's why I'm trying to focus on, like, I feel like multiplayer stuff is probably the way to go. The anime horse racing game. I played that. So are you a girl that is raced in the game? Is that how it works? Let's bump into this. And it's a huge publisher and based on a crazy big... Oh. Chat hated it. I've been out in Japan for a year now. It's very Japanese. I really think so. Waifu girls, horse ears and tails. Gotcha. Let's make it bigger. There must be some sort of issue with our shader and transparencies. I think 90 degrees from this perspective is probably good for now. Genius idea. Gotcha. Social system from Persona games. What the meta is? Oh, I just think like everyone's trying to do it, but I think it needs to be more gamified. People will build like streamer like overlay things or whatever and whatnot. And I feel like gamifying it. I feel like that's the trick to it all. Does it sound significantly wet, Pagorli? Oh. There's a kind of developer, I think, that watches stuff that... I guess so. Just to make the stream more sticky, really. Not necessarily attract more viewers, but to keep the ones that you have. So maybe it looks like you're getting more, but really you're just keeping them around. If that makes sense. Okay, I think I'm having fun playing the game now, which is a good sign. I've been avoiding this, but I think it's time to work on designing the stage again. So we're gonna start doing that. It would be really cool to have some sort of replay system, but we're dealing with physics here. You're not supposed to have fun making it, only toil. The toiling means it's going to be good. My issue is, how do you gamify it? Because the input lag is too huge to make an actual game. I think I've figured that part out, Mr. D-Boy. The next thing I work on that'll be like multiplayer, if I get to it, we'll solve that problem. The trick is to not use the Twitch chat. That's where all the latency is. So you just bypass it. But how is the question? All right, we're going to start. Oh, God, I really don't want to do this, but we're going to start working on it. Right. That's the part that I've figured out. Well, there's that. Yes. That part doesn't matter if there's no perceptible latency for the person enjoying the thing. So that's the part. But I don't know. I think at that point you might as well just play a game with somebody. That's the part where it's like I don't know that the marriage is totally there, because ultimately it's like, well, why not just play a game with somebody? Like, you know? So we want to play with sightlines so that the player sees this stuff and wants to head towards it. So way down there, there's something. What is that? So it starts up. Let me see that way down there. There's a boat going in that direction too. Thunk. Well, let's work on that overhead map. But yeah, like just play Ponytown at that point. There is something about knowing that everyone else is watching the same thing, right? That's part of it. Okay. Perspective. What am I checking Discord for? Share stuff. Oh, yeah. Download avatar. Oh. Oh, a hands animation. Yeah, well, second favorite's working on something, I don't know if this will work for the inner tube, but, it was along with this link. Swim R. Forward, play backwards. Gotcha. Oh, I see, I see. Forward and backwards. Nice. Okay. So I just got to get it all positioned in the inner tube. We can slap that in here right now. Oh, he's a little too big. Profit. Why is he so big compared to the inner tube? How big is this guy? How small is our inner tube? Oh, this guy is huge. Okay, how do you select? How do we move the different bones? Just move the entire scene. I'm not sure I follow. Oh, well, when you sit in an inner tube, so oh, here it is. What is this? Oh, that's the other rig. Oh, okay. Yeah, most of the time, like when you're in an inner tube, you're like sitting back in it. Like you usually, so you're sitting back and your arms are like hanging on the sides, and your legs are up over the front. I never used that. Yeah. Is there a way I can adjust the skeleton? Okay. Even the look at doesn't seem to be going. Okay, so that's but how can I do I have to be in how do I key animations if there we go. Well, I'm not gonna I don't think I'm gonna mess with this just yet. If I could just move his joints around, that would be really helpful. I know there's the look at, but I can't seem to use it to articulate a pose unless I'm doing it in the animation player. Okay, we'll mess around with that in a little bit. Thanks for supplying that, Mariana. I don't think it's going to be less work. I think it just I have to remember how to do it all. Jonas, it's going all right. Let me show you what's up. It kind of looks the same right now. We've done a lot of other things though. We have some indicators here about what your things are doing. We've got the inner tube. We've got a new we've got this time limit increase here if you go through this guy. And we can place a bunch of those down all around the park. We're going to use it as a way of grabbing people to new sight lines. Ugh. I am losing steam though, boys. Dude, what causes that? So annoying. Hey Johnson, what's up? Let me show you what I'm working on. How you been? Let's put the water back on and get rid of the... Right. Okay. So, we're working on an inner tube game inspired by a classic arcade game called Tubin. We're making it in 3D. So you have co-op controls, and so you press Q for forward left, P for forward right, and you're splashing your inner tube forward that way. And then you have W for left backwards and O for right backwards. And so you can combine those two together to do like a faster rotation. Like this, or you can go backwards. Go back around. We're still messing with some parameters on it. We've got these little ring things that you're going through. Over here. Oh shit. So we're just laying down these ring guys, and then we also have beer cans that you pick up and you can throw. Which I can show you here in just a second. Let me just get around this guy. I'm doing an awful job right now of showing you the controls. I promise you, they're not that bad. I'm gonna improve the icons to sort of indicate what the hell's happening with the controls. But there'll also be a character inside the inner tube to help kind of explore what that means. And right now we're remaking Lake Nacimiento, which is the lake in California that's shaped like a dragon. So we just took some artwork of a dragon, and we're gonna start building out. We're gonna start building out a lake that's sort of inspired by Nacimiento, and so there's gonna be like we can do. So the boat, for instance, the boat follows a path 3D that we set up, and then it uses physics to tell it where to go. So if the path is in front of it and it's not there, it accelerates to follow it. And so we can add a bunch of boats in here and give them some paths to follow. And then we can also lay down collectibles. So we have a collectible path. And what this allows us to do is we can throw down, this is one that we had before, but you could throw down a collectible path here, and you set a number of the collectibles that'll be along the path. So I can put like 10 here, and then you set the path up, and then the collectibles will just trail on that path. So like these are the beer cans going along that path. Let me show you. You just see the arms. Third person perspective would be great with this, and then you wouldn't need the icons because you would just see the arms. Third person. So, well, yeah, so the idea is, so yeah, we're going to have a character in the inner tube. Is that what you mean? If you could see your own body. Yeah. I was confused because I'm like, we're already third person, but I realized that there's no character here yet. So I'm like, what are you talking about? It is third person. There's just like a ghost driving the inner tube right now. Yeah, this is, I'm putting these up right now to help people understand it more on the stream too. As far as like how the movements and stuff work. So it's a 30-day game jam that I'm doing. And a third tube camera, right? And so we want to have a power up bounce button so you can jump in the air, and then we're thinking about getting it so you can lasso onto objects, and so you could lasso onto a boat and have it pull you. And it's the jam is an arcade style like point. The jam is summer games with like an arcadey point system. So we're gonna have points for picking up the beer cans and then throwing them at things. We can throw the beer cans like this. We're probably gonna end up doing like a Doom targeting system for the beer cans. So the water is adjustable. The buoyancy is based off the shader. So wherever we are in the world, the shader of the water and the height and everything affects the waves are actually affecting our buoyancy. And then we have a day-night cycle as well, which I think is running right now, is it? Oh, you know what? I don't think it is because of is it? It should be. Oh yeah, it is. It is. Okay. So we have like the clouds. I kind of went crazy on this. This is only day 8, but the clouds move and they have like depth, and then we have a day-night cycle. We have like a moon and a sun. And but this allows us to design stages that are like scary, spooky stage. You know, like right now I'm just cycling through it just to kind of show it off. But yeah, we've got stars as well. We have the moon somewhere over here. Could be the moon. So for the jam game, it's going to be really stage driven. We're going to try to do more than just this one stage. And the boat, like we can bump into the boat. Whoa! We're going to want to be able to, we're going to want to be able to attack the boats, the speed boats in particular. And then we're going to use some other boats to have enemies beyond them to like attack us. And but it's all based off of an old arcade game called Tubin, which was like you had paddle flapper buttons that you would use. And the boat is just comically bouncing around because I still have to get the weights of everything and the buoyancy stuff right. But I think it's actually kind of funny, so we're kind of leaving it. But yeah, I'm old enough to remember playing Tubin. Everything that I've done is scope creep, though, Johnson. And I've managed to do it all in 8 days. So, but yeah, I gotta build the stage. This is the main thing: is I gotta work on the stage. We gotta get the stage in. But we have enough for like collectibles and all that stuff. So I think I'm pretty well off. I gotta build it out, and like Nasimeno, I don't know if you've ever seen it. Let me see images. Yeah, so it's always covered with boats everywhere. So we're gonna have like a ridiculous number of boats all over the place as foil for the player, and then it's shaped like a dragon. So this is like the lake that's in the area I used to live in. So yeah, but it's coming along. But yeah, so we want to have ramps with boosts. We want to have like boosts and things like that. I think would be fun too. But the main thing right now is to try and suffer through creating the entire rest of the stage. I just started laying out. When you popped in, we were laying out the gates. That's right. So that's what I'm working on right now. So I'm gonna hide the water and bring back the dragon, and we're just gonna keep working on the stage. But yeah, it was last Tuesday I was getting back to work on the Hexagon game, and I was like, maybe I'll just do a 24-hour jam thing. And then somebody suggested this particular Summer Games Jam thing, and I was like, oh, that looks like interesting. So now here I am. Press X to pee in the pool. Yep. Scope creep. Yep. Somebody's already suggested peeing. Somebody suggested pooping. So I think people are speaking a little too much from experience, maybe. So we've had the poop suggestion as well. But I'm really trying to think about sight lines and everything for the game. But there's a lot of possibilities for it. Ideally, like, you're welcome, says Frozen. Multiple inner tube whitewater racing. Yeah. Yeah, Tubin was a great game. Like, the arcade game was great. The console ports, not so much, because they didn't have as many buttons as you needed to really experience Tubin as it was meant to be. As it was meant to be experienced. But yeah, there's a lot, like, just in doing this, there's so much I've just kind of got going, like import scripts and a bunch of stuff like that for the for it. Another thing that well, there's more stuff I'd like to do, but I don't know that we're gonna have time. You know what? I want to try really quick. I want to try something. But yeah, something else I'd like to do is just like general obstacles. So like, let me show you. Like I'd like to get these, these things here to kind of add to the mayhem. We can have like rotating obstacles. Maybe even like there's an area you want to go through and you know there's something like they're up high and they're going like this, and so you have to kind of pass by them or something. So that's kind of a freebie. We can do that with physics and collisions and stuff like that. Just pop them in and have them animate. And then there's targets, like these are all from K-Kit. So we could have floating targets that you could throw the beers at to get more points. And we can use the collectible system that I built to populate the targets automatically. Oh, ads. Sorry. We're back. All right. So I was saying we've got these like, these are all from K-Kit, but we've got these little roller things. Yeah, throwing beer cans at targets. We got these little rollers that we can have just be things that hit us. We've talked about the possibility of having the thing pop, but for now, death is you've run out of time. And so I think that since we're physics and we're janky and we're quappy, that will make certain things just sort of happen naturally anyways. That'll be like a challenge to kind of deal with and get used to. We'd like to have some sort of boost. I would like to have a tether. These are all like twos, but first thing is to get the stage going. But yeah. 8 days of work, not bad, I don't feel like. From humble beginnings. And I'm just literally going to scrub the timer so that we have... I'm just using an animation player for the time of day. There we go. Dude, what is causing that? Is it this camera? I'm gonna delete it. Ah, what is that? You know what we should do? I should split the view up. I really wish we could collapse a lot more of the... go. Now I can kind of see what I'm doing. Let's put some music on. But yeah, I feel kind of good about this one, Jotson. I know I've been really all over the place. I'm not afraid to admit that. Granted, I definitely been all over the place. So, but I feel like this has something special to it, where it's like there's that. I was talking about this earlier. There's that Derek Yu quote: the intersection of a game you're good at making, a game that you like to play. And I forget what the third intersection is, but I feel like this is a good cross-section of that kind of philosophy. No, yeah. How's Ridiculous Shipping doing right now? What is causing that? Backburner while I ship my Playdate game, and I'm working on a horror game prototype where you work in Hell's Mailroom. I still haven't even seen that, Johnson. I'm so sorry. Moliskio says I'm all over the place right now too. Yeah. I wish that we could, what I wish is that I could show, I wish that the camera on each of these, I could have its own custom cull for what it shows, what, like, if I'm choosing what masks something draws on, that I could choose that camera to show certain masks through them. Through there, if I'm making any sense. That's what I wish. I'm wondering, can I do Know how to do this stuff. That's what this looks like. So what I want is to, like, you can see the other side when you come around. Oops, let's turn the water back on. Probably should just make that a script step. Because I'm going to forget. I'll do the export for the actual game and forget. Kind of hard to see, huh? I should stop the game. Whoa! Whoa! Physics is wigging out. We might need a reset button. How about this? We naturally want to go. See, I shouldn't have stopped the game. We naturally want to go through this ring here. Then we're going to throw this in the way. So we're almost guaranteed to hit it. And then maybe, hopefully, we'll bounce and see that area. And we'll get rid of the beer cans, too. We don't need those right away. Okay. Something like that. And then it's like, ooh. What is all that? Maybe. Maybe. Let's play with the heights on the other side of it, though. Maybe that'll help. So if we, see, I wish there was a better way to organize a lot of this shit. I'm probably doing something wrong. Are we below the water for this landline? Is that part of our problem? Oh, I think we are. Right. Ooh, you know what? We could secrets or something like that. I don't know. Bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Oh, ideas are coming. Let's see what we got so far. So yeah, we can't see over the hills well enough. We need some way of doing our depth thing. I think I might have to calculate for on the mesh. Might have to throw a script on them to extend the walls down. The real problem here is because this is all just the same models over and over again. Everything is real samey. So maybe we could use some decals or something, but we're web-based, right? So we don't have access to that. Maybe we could play around with the lights or lighting. Els, what's up? Hope you're doing good. I'll do a shout out to Johnson real quick. Developer extraordinaire. Finishes projects. All right, back to the grind. Damn, I'm sorry, but level design and everything, some of the most boring parts of game dev. This is so like, this is like pulling teeth. Once it starts to come together though, it's really cool, but Good God. Now, can I scale the whole thing? Can I stretch this out like one way? Like that? Is that going to do the same thing for the collision? Does that scale the transform of everything in it? Because if so, then we can start to really cook here by cheating quite a lot. Like I could make this 10 long. And just be done with it. Let's just see what this looks like in the... It's just going to be this big open thing. Subnode inherits the transform. Okay, good. Let's turn on the collisions. And I guess get the water back on. You know what? I'm going to just... Do we have water in here? Water. We're just going to say visible. Water mesh visible true. Just in case I forget. Whoa! There's our big old crazy mesh. Whoa! Okay. Let's do something really cool. Let's make a little arch thing somewhere. We just need some variety. So we're gonna flip these son of a bitches upside down. Let's get a long one. We want a long, yeah, one of these. Flip it upside down. Bring it up. Of course, this won't make any sense with the grass growing on it. It's moss. It's moss. Should that timer be updated every frame? You're damn right it should be. We want the player to feel some pressure. Oops, wrong one. This is like the support for it. So then we can have, okay, so then we could even have this tilting.
Shut up and take my money.
What the hell? L's with the sub. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Very much, very much. Okay, we're gonna push this in. So this is like supporting it. We don't really need the top. Oh yeah, I guess we kind of do. So we'll duplicate it and then we'll flip it over. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is going to be hard. This isn't going to look right. Oh no. What if we rotate it again? It kind of looks like we did it on purpose. Okay, so then how about this? We get this is a 8x6. We'll do a 2, 8x6 2. And then we're stretching scales 2 on the X. It kind of looks on purpose. We'll take it. We need some variety. I'm ferociously drawing ears over here. Just anything to draw, keep drawing the eye around. Whoa! So the weights and the buoyancy, we have to mess with those in order to get that to... I like it, but it's a little jank. And also, do we want to apply force when we're in the air like that? Because we could check if we're on the surface of the water. And if we're not on the surface of the water, we don't. But I feel like that won't feel right for the player, but we could do that on purpose. And what do we do for light? What do we do for light sources and stuff? If it's broad daylight, if it's you know, summertime sun, our lighting options are limited. It's looking like something. It's looking like something. Let's, you know what? We should probably commit, just in case my computer gets nuked. Got a lot of stuff to commit. First pass of gate logic. The gate stuff needs some work. You need to detect when you've entered it and when you've exited it. Right? Right now it's like as soon as you touch it, it's like, oh yeah, we're all good. But you really have to pass through the gate. That's how it works. So you have to know the entry point and then make sure that you're leaving from the other side. We could just cheat though, and we could also just detect the passing body and then say, okay, it's entered and it's exited, but that means you could pass through the gate by touching it and then backing up. All right, we're all safely stashed away. Oh my god. It is starting to get boring though. We do have different like colors. So I could do something like with that. We've got like an autumn color, and then we've got like a desert color. And we've got dry, like dry colors. Honestly, being real dry, ironically, even though it's a lake, it's a very dry area. So this would be having like dry colors everywhere would actually be more close to the real thing. I think actually in that aerial photograph you can kind of, I mean it's California, right? So look at all that dry brush. It's so easily torched, and then a bunch of oak trees, right? So it's not on the coast. How you doing, Rice? I could be more intelligent about that, but we're not going to worry about it just yet. The only problem with this whole design is we really need the lake to open up. So I think this area here where the body is, this is where we're going to kind of be a little more liberal with the sizing. And we'll have this area open up. And then the arms. So this is interesting because we could have a path that goes, it loops back, right? And it feels like naturally we should have something at the very end of the thing, but I don't know what that would be. He's just enjoying. So we have a couple of bigger problems in front of us that involve possibly programmatic or procedural generation of extending the feet of the sides of this area. You know what else we could do? Ooh, I've got an idea. Because again, we're trying to make this place as unappealing as possible. If I start leaning stuff forward here. It's like I'm trying to point the player away. Don't stay here. Go. Fly, you fool. Yeah. Don't stick around I think that since we're going with like a timer system, having the traditional like doot doot doot, bing, what would we say? So if we had something like that, what would some announcer say? Be like boop boop boop, paddle or tube. I don't know. 3, tube, 1, go, splash. I definitely think we need less friction on the water. You know what? Is it the surface of our... ooh, this might change things a lot. Physics material. Oh, shit. If we get rid of the... Let's cut it in half. What is this going to do? Oh my god. We might be really slippery now. I don't know what this is going to do for water, though. Maybe we just keep going more. Can't tell if that's doing anything. Can we bring it down to 0? No friction? We're like an astronaut. Just water provides no friction. Whoa! I have an idea. Okay, how about a compromise, Rice? What if we just have it be points and then the the unit of the fraction of the second. Is it a tenth? Let's do that. Might not look so jittery. Is it decimal? D1? Why am I cap locked right now? Fmod string. Why are we doing a string? Get slice left. What? Oh, that's the string. Left. So then int. This is insane. 1. Left 1. How's that look, Rice? And you know, maybe we only show this in the last like minute. So if there's 60 seconds remaining, that's when we show the split. And then when it gets down to like 10 seconds, we show the even smaller. Less jittery, but I missed the other number. You son of a... What are you doing to me? We're going to keep it. We're going to keep it. We need frantic. Now, the question is, I mean, I feel like if we do get rid of, if we do the third person like Johnson was saying, right? I feel like we can put the number down here. But we've got all this room down here that kind of, you know, we need to fill some space with. All right, I got an ad rolling here. I'm going to roll it and going to grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. All right. I think a single beer can makes no sense. I think picking up a six pack of beers makes more sense. I think if there's a single can, that needs to be like the energy drink idea for the like boost that we were talking about. We probably do need a reset, which is a huge problem to try and fix. I think if we do a reset, what we have to do is build a path. So we need a path 3D that we trace all along the entire stage. And we just ray cast to the nearest one. And then we grab a point on every point on the path. We can grab the nearest point when we find one. And we don't even need a ray. A for loop would work fine. We can do a for loop, go through every single point on a path 3D. Find the closest point. But see, there's God, man. So I watched a video about speedrunners on Mario Kart. And it was Mario Kart, I think it was Mario Kart Wii or the GameCube, the Double Dash. But racing games, actually doing like tracks and stuff in racing games can be really hard. It doesn't seem like it should be. But there can be some complications with it, especially if you're not dealing with like kind of a traditional flat racing thing. And there's like bridges and stuff. Anyways, the reason why I'm talking about that is if I just grab the closest, like let's say I did draw a path 3D along this entire thing. And I'm just like, oh, if we need to reset the player, we'll just grab the closest one. The problem is there's some areas where the closest one could be on this side here. And so if you're over here and you hit the reset button and you're like near this corner, you'll pop over here. So one of the tricks in Mario Kart, I think it is Double Dash, the tricks to like speed running is to intentionally fall off in very specific parts of the map so that you reset at a completely wrong point. Lakitu picks you up and is like, oh, you're supposed to be here. And it's something like that that's trying to solve for it. So the way that I can think to prevent that kind of, God bless it. So we could set up some area volumes inside the track and keep track of where you last were. And the volumes only exist inside the watery areas, right? There's some potential to cheese that, but maybe not so much. So basically we have a bunch of areas that are like a specific class of like, reset tracker or something. And we just paint those all over the stage. And then we keep track of the last one you were in. So if you go flying off into an area where we don't have one, and then you choose to reset, the game's like, oh, okay, here's where you want to go. Or we automate it all together. We have our own Lakitu system where we paint areas everywhere. Again, with that specific area type. If you aren't in one, we go to the last one that we detected you at. We send you there. Oh, if you aren't in one over a certain amount of time, right? And I don't think that we can do this, but let me see. I'm going to duplicate the water. I forget how the shader does this, but I think we will see a seam. But we might not. I don't think we do. Yeah, no, it works good because it's based off of the, oh, this is seamless. Holy shit. Okay, so that means that instead of doing a giant water plane, we could theoretically break up the water so that it's contiguous, connected, and then we don't actually have to worry about. We could really kind of Mario Kart it, where if you somehow bounce over the stage, like we would make it kind of a Rainbow Road where you go off and it's like you're falling through infinity kind of thing. Maybe we could do something like that. This is the part where I look and I see that my microphone's been muted the entire time. Oh, that's why. Okay, so those are future things that we need to figure out. But we definitely need a reset solution. We could also just use we could make it so that you literally start through a gate, and every time you go through a gate, that's a reset point. That's probably the easiest cheat for now, is to use the gates as your last point. Or again with areas. See, the problem is knowing when you're off the stage somewhere. What we could then do is the opposite, where we have areas that are like, you shouldn't be here. And if you are, start a timer. And if the timer hits a certain point, then reset the player back to... Okay, there's like 100 ways to solve this problem. We'll have to keep thinking about it. I'm a little worried there's a race condition happening here. Embrace the chaos. Do we also need to be able to drag our fingers in the water? You're a madman. I'm assembling a bookshelves and watching this, the old TMT. Oh, is that on Tubi? The old TMT cartoons. Yep. Yeah, April O'Neil, that woke something up inside me, I gotta tell you. She was quite stacked in that cartoon for some reason. I think that was for the dads. You know, Eastman and Laird, I have mad respect for their when they owned the TMNT stuff, their handling of it, and like their creativity and stuff. They did some really crazy stuff with the Turtles, besides just like, and they weren't afraid to keep trying different things. Let's look at this from a percent complete perspective here. How much of the game do we actually have finished of the stage? Thanks. Is it Micra? I appreciate it. Yeah. We're modeling this area after a piece of dragon art that I just yanked. Mike R. All right, Mike R. I'll make a note. Is Hypnotic still is Hypno the one that was doing the non-stop stream until the sub stopped? He has finished. That's impressive. I was saying there's like no way I could do that. I think it was 9. Oh my god, I couldn't do it. I've got kids though, so it's like a different beast with kids. My son doesn't like me talking on mics or phones. Yeah. Mine doesn't like me to sing at all. He's like, stop it, Papa. TTS. You know, that could work, especially if you have like some prefabbed like commands and whatnot. Yeah. If you had like some shortcuts to say the same thing, man, I bet you could build a you know how they have those keyboards that are like designed, they're like have way fewer keys and they're meant for you to be able to type really fast and everything. I bet if you were like, if you had a system where it's like, you know, noun, verb, I don't know, something like that, where you could just be like boop 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 boop. I bet you could get it to almost be real time. Like an Elgato, but I'm drawing up a keyboard box. Yeah. All right, Devro, have a good one, man. Let me do a shout out to Devro. Unity, Blender, Lover. Devro.
Oh, that's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool.
Code
You
with
think it's
TD.
cool?
Thank you for the raid.
Cool. It's not cool.
Give me just a second here. I'll show you what's going on. We're working on a special. I hope your stream was good. We're working on a Game Jam game. Let me show you what it looks like. It's an homage to an old arcade game called Tubin. Killface PT, what's up? Let me do a shout out for you. Code with TD. Can I suggest a stylized water shader? This is so this does have I don't consider it too realistic. So we can adjust the noise and make it a little more like cartoony, like your Zelda, Wind Waker or something like that. Hey, I learned how to be a pro coder because frankly I have no idea. Nice. Let me see what you're doing. This is the part where I find out you're still streaming. Nope, you're okay. You doing some Godot stuff?
So 0, 1, 2, 3.
Nice. To me, it just doesn't fit the rest of the artwork. Oh no! I appreciate it. It's not done. Yeah, none of this is mine anyways, as far as the art, right? So I am just slapping an asset because it's a jam game, so I'm slapping an asset pack in it. The floor stuff is missing, and I think that's what's kind of not tying it together. And we do have a time of day, so there is like the sun moves across the sky and everything. And I tried to keep that a little bit cartoony for sure. But I agree with you on the water, and I can easily just swap out the texture that we're scrolling on it to make it a little bit more cartoony. But I hope you're well. Found you through the Godot tag. Was doing Godot, building a maze game. Nice. Then at the end, tried to add some Fog of War and that defeated me. Gotcha. So the Fog of War, you might want to check out something called the flood fill algorithm. Just get it finished. Exactly. No, I appreciate the feedback though. But we could mess around with that here, and like it wouldn't take much to really screw with it. So let's do that really quick. We could also increase the the edge scale to be a little bit larger. That might help make it more cartoony. But I think the thing that's really missing is there's no floor to the area yet. We've been in Simmer Circus floor. Probably. I get around a lot. Code. Yeah. I play with my own NPCs and nav meshes at the moment. Getting a node state machine going. Next thing is to create a behavior tree system for it. Another plugins, but I want to do my own. Nice.
Sit down and have fun.
Code, thank you for the follow. Oh, by the way, I gotta do the same. I always forget that. God, I'm so bad at that. I need to go through my raid history and make sure I'm following everybody that's raided me before.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Oh, he gets around. Oh, you know he gets around. He gets around. All right. All right, I'm following. Killface, thanks for the follow. Oh, sorry. I'm so busy thinking about everything I'm doing. But yeah, we could definitely, instead of a noise texture, let's try it. Let's try to grab the Wind Waker. It is using a normal though. So we are scrolling normals. What happens if we get rid of the normal map? Oh shit. That put us in cartoon land right there. Hang on, let's run the game inside a window. See, this is a race condition. We got to deal with that. That could be a game breaker. So it starts to get oily when, but let's get rid of it on both of them. So no normal map. All right, let's find some Wind Waker textures. So these are straight from Wind Waker. This one looks like it is a... Are these repeatable? There's the sea foam. There's the wave breaks. Ah, you gotta be shitting me. Yeah. I've got so much tied to my current shader, I can't swap it out like that right now. Man, it's crazy how low res those textures are. Gotta try Google. God bless it. I just want the water texture. Let's try this. Wind Waker no clip. Can I see the... Oh well. I mean, we could try something like this. Let me just try throwing this in and just seeing what we end up with. So we'd have to do some there's more complex things going on with the water. Like we don't want normal, right? Or is this the wrong texture? Am I on the... It is expecting a normal. I'd have to change some things about the shader, but we could make it more cartoony for sure. Revert back. Sorry to disappear so soon after raid, but it's Wednesday for me, so I need a snack and chill in my bed. No worries, man. I understand. Thank you for the suggestion about flood fill. Flood fill algorithm. Yeah, flood fill. All right. Well, here's what I think. I've got to walk my dog because he's losing his mind right now. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's not what I'm gonna do. So who are we gonna raid? We're going to 8 hours. Yeah. I'm toast, guys. I'm toast. But we got so much done every day. We are cooking extraordinaire. Ooh, Hella Decent's doing a bike ride. Should we try and find another Godot person? A new one? Nice job. 2 thumbs up. Thank you. Getting that inner tube in there, that really... It makes so much less that I have to explain. Here we go. Tempura Cat Games. I'm making tempura. Thanks. Yeah, the plan. I want to be able to have curves and all that stuff. Like, I want to eventually be able to have like slalom, like downhill stuff. Massive currents and that kind of thing, but that's if I'm not making a jam game. But we can add the buoyancy into something like that would be incredible. I appreciate that. All right, Micah R, second favorite. Thank you for the sub. Els, thank you for the sub. Or no, it wasn't second. It was Els. Who else did we get? Got a bunch of raids. Conrad with a shout out. Oh, you know what? No, it was a pretty light stream here. Ogama with the follow. Abnormalities followed. Thank you so much. Code with TD. Killface PT. Thank you for the follow. I must have missed that one. No, I didn't. I'm tired! Second favorite doesn't sub shit. You... Second is the patron saint of the stream. To gift the sub to Cares an hour ago, so I really appreciate that.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh my god, there's another one for my Mike R. Alright. Second, thank you so much. Single-handedly feeding my family. Yeah, I'm about to raid out. We're gonna raid out. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love to everybody. I think tomorrow I'm going to be doing the work with my daughter on her thing. Bye!